Holy crap, get cold. Hello, Ian. You are our first critter. Why won't that go away? Alan King is second. You missed it by that much. Hello, Luigi, and made in the 80s. Two of them. Hi, Kitty. Oh, you want to be up on top of the box, huh? Yeah, you love being on top of the box. You better not have eaten Noel's food, or I'm going to kick your effing ass. Go Labs Power Station. Let's look that up. $622. Wow, what the hell? Okay, so 299 watt hour for 200 bucks. It's only got 300 watts, but the lithium iron phosphate is pretty nice. And Type-C quick charge. So he is talking about this little bad boy. Boy, 200 bucks is not bad for that. That's tempting just for the lithium iron phosphate. I wish it had a better AC output. 300 watts is kind of anemic. But it does have quick charge, and it does have a regular 12-volt outlet. Boy, that's tempting. Oh, there's an orange one. Oh, that's more tempting. Hey, Pygar. I just don't understand why they make the output so anemic. You know, give me at least 500 watts. 500 watts is useful. Now, the only thing I don't like about these is that is that you can't use them as UPS. So you can't have it. The thing I love about these little orange boxes I got, these Osni boxes, is that they're a true UPS. So AC in and then everything out. And if the AC gets cut, it switches to battery. If the AC turns back on, it switches back to AC. All seamlessly without me having to do a thing. And that's the one thing most of these are missing, which I wish would become more common. Although I guess the way they intend these to be used, that's not that big a deal. But still, $200 for a 300 watt hour lithium iron phosphate battery is a good deal. Jesus. see. This one here is $105. It's only 161 watt hours. It's half the power. But it's $105. Wow. But this one looks like it might not have normal charging. See, this one's interesting, but this one's a turnoff for me because it doesn't have USB-C charging, and you have to use the dedicated charger to recharge the unit. We don't get our second vaccine until the 14th. So not next week, but the week after. That one's $105. That's pretty cheap for a lithium iron phosphate battery. It's only 161 watt hours, 150 watt AC, 300 watt peak. It says it has QC3. Oh, QC 3.0 is over the standard USB, but you can't recharge it by USB. It also doesn't have the full-size 12-volt outlet. You have to use the little dongle it comes with. So you got to use that little dongle in order to get the 12-volt socket, but you have to use the dedicated charger to recharge it. On the back, you have your AC outlet. It does have quick charge output, but not input. But $105. It's pretty cheap too. Here's another $200 one. This one says it has USB-C, but is it 2A? I don't think so. I think it's just 5 volt 3 amp. I think you have to use the dedicated charger. And I am not a fan of the dedicated chargers. Now, this one's interesting. It's got fast charge, regular USB, 100 watt USB-C. Ooh. And it's got 600 watt AC. It's ungrounded though, but that's not a huge deal. Can it charge by USB-C? Can I charge it? You can add an extra battery. Oh, that's interesting. Can I charge by USB-C? It's got 600 watt, 1800 watt peak output, 288 watt hours. It can recharge in 1.6 hours or 80% in 1 hour. That's actually a legit reason to use the dedicated charger. It could also take 220 watt solar input. So this could recharge in 3 hours on solar. And you can add an extra 288 watt hour battery to it to double it to 576 watt hours, which is freaking amazing. So it looks like it cannot recharge by USB-C. That would be such a pity. Why would you put a 100 watt PD outlet on here and not allow it to recharge by the 100 watt PD outlet? How much is the extra battery? The extra battery costs almost as much as the unit. $250 for the extra battery. Ouch. Is it a Lifey battery? I don't know. No, Cycle Life 500, so it's regular lithium ion. That's too bad. You know, if that was lithium iron phosphate and it could accept a charge by USB-C 100, I'd probably take that. That's some pretty nice specs on that thing. And the ability to add an extra battery is pretty slick. Yeah, USB-C is capable of handling up to 100 watts. So, for example, this right here is a USB-C 100 battery. So this battery is capable of putting out 100 watts over the USB-C port, which means I can recharge my stuff really fast. Which is quite handy. Something called Watt Fun. $60-watt output. Yeah, I don't see it. At least not by that search term. I'm going to save that one. I'm not going to buy it now, but I'm going to save it. Because that's tempting. The 60-watt PD input-output is very tempting. Because I've got plenty of 60-watt PD outlets. Ooh, 500-watt hour. Yeah, no kidding. We kind of dived into batteries. Oh, it gives people time to join in. I actually found some 20 amp hour, 12 volt lithium iron phosphate replacement batteries. They're $120 a piece. I'm very tempted to grab a pair of them, even though it's $260, for my scooter trailer hauler. Simply because the 20 amp hour batteries will be slightly higher capacity than the 35 amp hour lead acid batteries, and they'll last for 10 years being lithium iron phosphate. I basically would never have to worry about replacing the batteries in my little scooter hauler thing ever again. Because I had one of the batteries die. I couldn't get it to recharge for some reason, and I thought the charge was bad. No, that's fine. And finally, I charged the batteries up individually. One's taking a charge and one's not. And I've only recharged it 3 times since I bought them. So, yeah, that's a warranty claim. So we'll see what they say. I sent them a message about the warranty claim, and we'll see what they say. Because that was $160 for that pair of batteries. So the lithium iron, well, it's $135 now. So the lithium iron costs twice as much, but lasts 4 times as long. Yeah, batteries are cool stuff. I have a lot of batteries. I have a whole lot of batteries. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Don't need that. That's the problem, man. It's so expensive. I mean, you really want the 100 to 200 amp hour batteries to do anything with. Yeah, I got it. Well, the problem is, I put the battery up, the smoke detector up. It's in the third. You're hearing a smoke detector in the third bedroom, and I can't reach the smoke detector anymore. I put the damn thing up in the corner of the. I got the replacement right here. It's got a built-in 10-year battery, and I I put 2 shelving units there in that corner, and I filled them with food. And now, because of the shelving units, so you've got the shelving unit, and then the smoke detector is right above the shelving unit. So now I can't stand underneath the smoke detector and grab it. I have to stand out here and reach over and grab it, and I can't reach the damn smoke detector anymore. And so I gotta go out and get the little ladder and bring a ladder in so I can get up 1 step so I can reach over and grab the damn thing. It's a big lithium battery. I mean, it's not like I don't have plenty of batteries. I've certainly got plenty of batteries. I just gotta reach the damn thing to replace it. Or also remember, smoke detectors are really only good for about 10 years. So battery or not, you want to replace them after about 10 years. So that's why I love these permanent units that have a built-in battery that's good for about 10 years. They're more expensive. They're like $40, and a regular smoke detector is like what, 10? And but when you put 10 batteries in the regular smoke detector, it costs more than this unit costs. On top of that, the effort to replace the batteries, the drive to the store to get the batteries when you need it. So these things are actually a better deal in the long run. The best ones are Xsense. They're just nice. They also, hey, drone shots. They also make ones that are dual. Not this one's not. It's just a regular unit. But they also make units that are both smoke and CO, carbon monoxide. And that's what I've been leaning toward. I get them on the review site, so I get them for nothing. So I have a lot of them. I have a smoke detector in every part of this entire house. Yeah, I dug up one of my little altimeters for my rockets, and thankfully it still works. It took a charge. My Jolly Logic 1 did not take a charge, it died. But the Jolly Logic 2 did take a charge. And that records a lot more than I thought, too. I mean, it records acceleration curves, how long the thrust lasts, how long coast lasts, altitude and speed at apogee. It records a surprising amount of data. I didn't think it recorded that much data. Xsense is actually some of the nicer looking smoke detectors out there. They have an aesthetic to them that actually looks good. Instead of just being this white blob on the wall, they're actually pleasing to look at. So they actually put some effort into the design aesthetic. So they always get a pretty good review from me because of that, just because it looks nice, If you're going to slap this thing on your wall for the rest of your life, it might as well look decent doing it, right? Here, I'll show you. Come on. Are you going to open up the damn menu or not? Thank you. I don't know. But with 10-year battery, who cares? This just gives you an idea. You'd see, they just look good. Oh, they're linked. I see what you mean. That makes sense. So they just look, I mean, this one here is only, what, $26. I mean, you can't buy 10 years worth of batteries for that. Well, it would be nice if they had battery powered and linking. So they were battery powered, but you also had a cable you can use to link, or even wireless. You know, way of linking them wirelessly. I'm surprised they don't do that. You know, use the 400 megahertz band or something like that. I'm surprised none of them have thought of that. You know, pair them. When you get them, you pick one unit to be a master unit and the rest of the units to be slave units, and you just pair them together, you know, press and hold the buttons, let them talk to each other. I'm surprised they have, I guess they just keep costs down. Built-in lights. See, here's a combo unit. So this does smoke and carbon monoxide, and it's got the 10-year battery. Yeah, I've seen smoke alarms that do that. So, you know, I try to grab these when I can. And any place where I have a heat source, I put one of these. So the stove, the pellet stove, any place where there's the potential to generate carbon monoxide, I stick one of these there. They're just nice looking. I even got this little tiny one that was kind of nice too. I mean, this thing is surprisingly tiny. It's just smoke, of course. And it's still got a 10-year battery. That's 20 bucks. That's 20 bucks for a smoke detector with a 10-year battery. Go buy 2 9-volt batteries and you've just paid for this. You know, to replace the batteries in your existing one. So after 3 years, this becomes cheaper, and you can get a 6-pack for 100 bucks. That's pretty hard to argue with for just smoke detectors. And you don't have to worry about it for 10 years. Bacon is done, machine. That's good. That's very good. There's that 6-pack. And that's pretty darn cheap, too. What is that? That's 17 bucks a piece. You know, what's it cost to go to the grocery store and grab a 9-volt battery? $6, $7? So, you know, buy a cheap smoke detector and 1 9-volt battery, and you've paid for that. So at this point, it doesn't make sense to use the replaceable battery detectors anymore. I won't even get them anymore. If they pop up, I'll just pass them up. I'll ignore them. They do have wireless connected. Nice. I'm surprised they don't use audio connected. I mean, you're going to have that just have the other ones listen for that. And if they hear that, go off too. You know, that would just make sense. I mean, yeah, sure. You'd have to run to each one and hit the button to turn them off. But, or maybe when they turn off, have it transmit an ultrasonic sound that, you know, that's a separate frequency to tell the other ones to turn off. Sure, but who cares? You know, there's a chance at least. Because you got to remember, what's going to happen is, you know, this one's going to go off. And even in a closed room, this one's going to hear it and it's going to go off. And then this one is going to be close enough for this one to hear it and it's going to go off. And they'll cascade. You know, it's something that they could very cheaply add to a smoke detector that would cost almost nothing. Ooh, is that a 4-pack? Yes, it is. Ooh. How many picks do I have left today? I have 5 picks left. I'm grabbing that. Here's the thing I did. This popped up. I'm like, oh, yeah, 4-pack. I'm grabbing that. Gimme. That is these units here. I love solar lights for around my house. I have so many solar lights around the house, it's ridiculous. And I don't even have half of them put up yet. But this is a new unit that I've been getting. So it's a little solar light. It just screws into the wall. And, you know, got a nice solar panel on top. Now, the bad news is they're sealed units. You cannot open them, but I do believe they're using a lithium iron phosphate battery, I think. It's not that bright, but bright enough, especially once you start putting 4 or 5 of them up. This one won't turn on for some reason. It needs a charge. I gotta stick it out in the sun, let it charge. But they're really not bad. They put out about 100 lumens. And they have a motion sensor so that when you walk near them, they get real bright. And then they dim down when the motion goes away. Well, no. The idea is to open them with the idea of closing them again. Sure, I can destroy them and open them. Now, I did notice they have clips. You can see these clips right here. So I actually did remove the clips from one of them. The problem is those clips are secondary. So they are sealed in with some kind of silicone or epoxy. And then the clips are used to hold it together while the silicone seals. Because obviously it opens from the solar panel side. So even when I remove the clips, I can't open it because it's got the epoxy sealing it shut. So I do wish they would just put like a port right here on the side to allow me to take the battery out and put a new battery in. Because there's no reason that shouldn't last 30 years. Except for the battery. Did anything crazy new pop up today? Macro cookbook, super easy keto cookbook, electric potato peeler. Neither have I. That's pretty interesting printer we're going to look at today. Anything interesting? Checking. I'm checking the list, see if anything interesting popped up today. Here's a little gaming desk. That's kind of cute. I don't need it, but it's kind of neat. What about AI? Laptop backpack looks pretty nice. That's a NiCad pack. That's old. 2 megapixel 90-degree wide angle camera. Bird feeder, Qi charger, portable grill, monitor stand. Yeah, no kidding. Imagine how addictive it'd be if you didn't have to pay for it. Yeah, I got a lot of crap. Ooh, USB drives? Ooh, that is a USB drive. Only 16 gigabytes. How big is this one? That one's only 8 gigabytes. Yuck. I need a little bit bigger than that. The like has been smashed. Nothing new today yet. Or if it is something interesting popped up, it's gone already. Let me put the wrench underneath the laptop to give it a little more air. That'll help it breathe a little better. So today we are going over the Fokoos, or I think it's Fokoos, is how it's supposed to be pronounced. Oh, I got to adjust that camera. Ugh. Because that is way too dark. Where is it? Properties? Do as I say. And we need to adjust exposure. There we go. Is that better? Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's what caught my interest, is that this is some of the best retail packaging I've ever seen in a 3D printer. In fact, I think it is the best retail packaging. This is true retail packaging. So, I wrote Fokoos. Liar, you're seeing things. You're imagining it. This is true retail packaging. So if they were to sell this at a place like an Office Max or a Walmart or a Home Depot, this is what you'd want to see. This is actually genuine retail packaging. Full color pictures, not just a cardboard box with line drawings on it. So I'm wondering if they're intending to go retail with this. That'd be interesting. $280, not bad. Also, if I think this is the one that does that. I'm not 100% sure. I think this folds. So I think this is a folding printer that folds down for travel. So we're going to find out if it actually does that or not. But kind of interesting. So on the front here, front and back are the same. Picture of the printer. That actually looks like a render, not a picture. So this looks like a rendering. And then you have the name. Tells you what it is. FDM 3D printer, the company name, some basic features. Integrated extruder, double Z axis, resume, high precision rail, whatever that means. If this rendering is accurate, it's also very clean, although I think it uses a ribbon cable, which does not make me happy. But it is very clean. Back is exactly the same. Bottom is just plain. Top is plain. It does have a handle so you can carry it. That's pretty neat. And if this printer actually folds, and if it fits in the box folded, you can use the box to transport it. So that's kind of cool. So I'm really interested to see how well this thing works. First step, oh, here we go. We have two big giant tabs. There we go. Now, that would be interesting if it came pre-assembled and all you had to do is unfold it. That would actually be very interesting if it actually did that. Very thick cardboard. Your headphones are saying, "Feed me, Seema! Feed me!" Oh, we got stuff in this. We do have a nice little 200-gram spool, which is nice to see. An accessory box that does look like retail packaging. It's even labeled. And this printer might just be ready to go. Like, it looks like it's folded in here. Meaning, you might want to hang on to this foam. Maybe I can get the foam off. There it goes. It is definitely folding, I think. It's all fully enclosed. Pulley system, switch on the back. It is folding. Oh, now that's pretty neat. They are brand new as far as I know. See, this is where things are going to start getting interesting, potentially, because, Creality and G-Tech and other companies like them have done all the footwork to get these things going. And so now we get to see what happens when other companies start taking their work and running with it. Very compact. Color touchscreen on the front. I'm not a fan of the captive Z-axis, as you guys know, but if it's well done, it'll be fine. Yes, that's exactly right. How rigid is it once it's locked? So there's a little 200-gram spool of PLA. A milky white PLA. We have an accessory box. Nice, simple white box. Says accessories. Quick start guide and instruction manual, and it does say foldable printer. Okay. So here's our T-nuts and screws and bolts. Power cable. Covers to cover the end of the extrusion. USB cable. Basic tools, including a giant flat cut wrench. A little tiny spool holder. Spool holder mount. So that would lock into that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Hey, I like that. The pokey stick comes in a case so you don't pokey yourself. Oh, is this a volcano hot end? Oh, I think this is a volcano hot end. Because those look like volcano nozzles to me. SD card reader with micro SD card. Is it a no name? Yes, it is a total no name. There isn't even a little bit of text on that. I already have my own SD card reader, so we won't need to use that. Scraper, unsharpened, useless. Extra ribbon cables. And does come with a pair. Oh, it comes with the good nippers. All right. Comes with the nice nippers, nice blue ones, the rubber handles like the Creality does. Made in the USA? Seriously? I wonder if it's a knockoff. It says it's made in the USA in Maine. That would obviously be just the nippers, not the printer. Okay. Worth hanging on to that box to toss your accessories into. Just a word of note to Fokoos. I'd like to see that box be a little beefier. Since this is a folding printer, you're probably going to want to keep this box to put all the extra bits in when you're transporting this printer. So making this box a little, because this box is pretty chintzy, so making this box a little beefier would be nice. And put the company name on there. So put on there Fokoos Accessories, 3D printer. Or do what Artillery does. Include a bag. Include a nice little bag for storing stuff in. So these can't cost very much. I bet you they're 25 cents a piece. Get a nice Fokoos branded bag to include all the accessories in. Especially with this being a folding printer, it's going to be more portable. Having a little bag to store your stuff in would be really nice. Try to avoid these thumb drives. I've never had good luck with them. Maybe they're better now, but in the past, I've never had good luck with these SD card readers. Let us see what is on the SD card. Greetings, Roy Raptor. Hello, 3DP and P. Yeah, these tend to die. The little white ones that Creality includes, I've never had one die yet. I've had people say they die, but I've never had one die yet. Hello, Tripod's Garage. So we have a test model G code on the root of the SD card. Sometime today. And it is... Come on, preview it. Is it really unreadable? It's 554 kilobytes or something there. But it doesn't tell me what it is. I can't see it. The preview does not load. Weird. Maybe it's trying to load because it's still doing something. Let's try Prusa Slicer. Hello, Manos from Greece. Alrighty, where is my G code that I already printed? I probably deleted it. Okay. G code, here we go. Oh, there's a whole bunch of G codes in here. Vase, Owl, Pikachu, Benchy, Cat. Let's back up the entire memory card. New folder, focus. Let's back it all up. Oh wow, 4 gigabytes worth of files. So it's got to be an 8 gig card. Yes, 8 gig card. I'm just looking at the files on the card itself. So user manual, PDFs, software and drivers, Fokoos slicer, most likely it's Cura, and the CH340G drivers, including Mac drivers. 3D model resources. Okay, that includes the STL files that you would be printing. Figurehead, Benchy. We're letting those load so we can see what's included on the SD card as I'm copying it. So there's the typical kitty cat. Here's your owl prints. There's your Pikachu. Test model. This is probably the test model that we'd be printing. A heart vase. So it includes the source STL files, which is nice. Air guide, fan hood, and protective cover. I'm guessing there are some parts on this printer that are potentially 3D printed, or that you can replace if you need to. The parts on here are actually molded. They're not 3D printed, but I guess they give you the option to 3D print them if you want. Cool. Let's see if it reads folders, so we'll just leave that like that. We are still copying the files off of the SD card. So amazon.co.uk. Yeah, you're right. I don't see it on the Amazon. I don't see it on the UK site. It is not available on Banggood, it looks like. And looks like it's not available on GearBest either. And looks like it's not available on AliExpress either. Interesting. So it's not available anywhere except for Amazon? Matter of fact, while we are waiting for those files to transfer, I will ask them. I hear you. Are you hungry, baby? Did he eat all your food? I might have to give him more food. I should have an email from them. I will find out, and I will make sure I pin it if I find out the other locations it's available at. It's got to be available in more locations than just Amazon. Hi, baby. Come here. How you doing? Yeah. You're a good boy. So once I find out where it's available at, I will be sure to post those links. Any wires I'm going to cut? No. I just can't believe it's only available Amazon US. So I'll ask them where it's available at. This one looks like it is using the silicon dioxide style glass bed, and it looks like it might be removable. A little bit of plastic peeling here. Ooh, that's a little violent. And it does just fold up just like that. How it locks in place, I don't know. We're going to find out. How does it lock in place? Looks like there's a screw there. It feels pretty rigid. We will see. Let's see what the quick start guide says. Oh, it comes with a warranty card. It says 1 year. It does go over the basics of, not that detailed, but it does go over the basics of checking eccentric nuts. It says check them, but it doesn't explain it. Basic bed leveling, but that is a quick start guide. So it looks like it's using bolts to secure the gantry, which is kind of a pity. I was hoping to see finger nuts. And this is just T-nutted onto the top, which is not that exciting. I was hoping to see something a little more portable. Well, it doesn't say quick folding. It just says folding. But I would like to see them use finger nuts to make this fold. You can't just use pins, not at this price point of $280. You're not going to get pins, and I understand that. Okay, so that's the T-nuts, and here's the bolts. Why so many bolts? What's it need so many bolts for? I need 2 there, and I need 2 there. So why do they include 5 if it only needs 2? So if I'm looking at this right, it's as simple as screw this in. Oh, there's 2. Okay. That makes more sense now. Okay. So there's a pin in the middle, and then there's 2 bolts, 1 on each side, which does make more sense. I was about to say, that's not tight enough. What the hell is that for? I mean, that's a big boy. I do wish this was longer. It is long enough, though. Now, is there anything that's going to cause this to self-center? Like, what's to keep this from diddling back and forth? There's nothing to keep it from diddling back and forth. So that's not good. The holes are too large. There's too much play. So this can actually bounce back and forth. Now, of course, once you tighten it, it's going to stop. But how do you get it to stop at the exact same point each time? There's no locking divots or pins to get it to go to the same point each time. That's not good. Because that means you'd have to fully re-level the bed every time you messed with it. Exactly. It needs something. It needs some kind of registration to get it to go to the same point each time. Now, there's a pretty easy way for the end user to do that. And I'm surprised they don't include a tool for it. Yes. I read the quick setup. It does not deal with registering the vertical. I will check it again. You know, it says it has to be 90 degrees, but I don't want to make it 90 degrees. I want it to do it itself. All right, that wouldn't be that hard to make this thing self-align. So, for example, one of the easiest ways to make something like this self-align, or one of the most effective ways, I would think, So here we go. So here is the mechanism. There you go. So there it is. Get out of, oh, the wrench is there. That was the wrench. There we go. So there is your mechanism. You see there's a bolt there, and there's a bolt there. Now, probably the easiest way to make this, let's see, how could I do that? What's the easiest way to do that? Probably the easiest way would be a sliding plate here that pops out and is flush with the bottom of this. And so that the plate will push in under a spring, allowing this to rotate. But then once it rotates vertical, the plate pops out and creates a register to help align that. That's one idea for how that could work. I'll have to think about that. Think about ways to do that, because I'm trying to think about cheap, an affordable way of achieving that end goal. Another way would be to have a deeply engraved line right on the base of the machine here, and so that you could visually line up the edge of this bracket with the engraved line. You can do that yourself, actually, and I plan to do exactly that. Take a scribing tool, get this lined up exactly the way you want it, and then scribe the metal, create a mark in the metal right there, so that you have a visual registration line to line that up with. That would probably be the easiest way to do that. Okay, do these come off or not? Are these permanent? So is this glass not removable? That looks like it's permanently attached. It is open on one end, so do I push? Okay, it looks like I can push it out. Maybe. Oh, it just comes off. They're just pushed on. Okay. They're literally just pushed on. Okay, so they're not permanently attached. That's good. That means I can just push these off. Which means putting a piece of Wham Bam on here will be very easy, or whatever surface you want. Looks like there is actually a coating on here, which I'm going to remove. Big sticker time. Come on, get off. You know you guys want to get off on that. You weirdos. Want to play with the plastic? He batted it right out of the air. Another piece of plastic? You weirdo? The cat. I actually do like these clips because it's removable. I like it being removable, and they do push on very easily. So better these than non-removable. That's for sure. Yeah, they can be sharp. But I can put Wham Bam on here because they made this removable. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, I bet. So they are very easy to remove and get rid of. Where'd that wrench go? How did I lose it already? There it is. Just gotta make sure these are tight. SR? What's SR? Alright, this is going to be for that stepper. Looks like an optical sensor here, or a conduction sensor, to detect when this comes down. The plates are reasonably thick. You can tension the belt. That one is more than enough. That's more than enough. Switch for the Y-axis. Fan in the case. That looks all very neat. Why is there a zip tie here? Do I need to leave that zip tie in place? I'm going to assume yes. Seems a bit of a janky way of handling that zip tie, but okay. Okay. We do have a zip tie here that needs to be removed. Be careful not to damage your ribbon cable. And then the ribbon cable needs to be plugged in. That was nice and easy. I am concerned that that is not a locking connection. I'm a little concerned that this is not a locking connection. It just fits in there. And I'm concerned that each time this pulls back and forth, that might come loose. Maybe it won't. I don't know. Now, I do know this head is a little bit loose. So we will tighten up the eccentric nut. If I can. This wrench doesn't fit. There it goes. Just real tight. There we go. That feels good. That feels good. The bed is already tight. The hot end just needed a tiny bit of tightening. Looks like a relatively easy to remove cover, I think. How do you remove it? Ah, there's a screw right there. So fan here. This one's the opposite of what we usually see. Usually this is your hot end fan and this is your parts cooling, but that's the opposite. This is your hot end fan and this is your parts cooling fan because this goes to your duct right here. And this duct is what does your parts cooling. It is a volcano hot end with a volcano nozzle with a sock. Okay. That is tight. Nothing's loose. Interesting. So it's volcano. So this might be the first small printer that gets a... Well, actually, I do have an Ender 3 with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle already. But this one might get a big nozzle. I think that's all ready to go. It was already set for 115 volts. That's kind of a pretty UI on there. Where's the SD card? That goes on the side here. I did order some 1.2 millimeter volcano nozzles. Yeah, I agree. It should default to 220. But then again, this is retail packaging. So if they are going to sell this in retail stores, you want the customer to have to do as little as possible. The best would be an auto-sensing power supply. Printer is pretty quiet. The power supply fan is definitely present, but not noisy. If that makes any sense. Meaning I can hear it, but it's not obnoxious. I'm going to tip this over and put on the spool mount. I would like to see an insertion method. Good luck, DeWitt. The Q5, is that the FL Sun Q5, the that little Delta? That is a fantastic machine. It is without question, my favorite Delta that I've used. I would probably like the Atomic one better, but that's also a $2,000 printer. But as far as consumer Deltas, the Q5 rocks. Very, very good machine. No benefit. Well, it does have the benefit of being tall and skinny, so it fits into a small space. Deltas are much more compact than Cartesian printers, but they're taller. So if you have lots of height, but not lots of desk space, Deltas are very compact in that regard. Otherwise, it's just fun. Deltas are just freaking awesome to watch them work. There's no technical advantage for the most part. I mean, there's theoretical speed advantages, but they are negligible at best on a consumer level. Okay, there's where the filament goes. What the? Okay, I see. Let's warm it up. Let's see. Tools. Preheat. Let's set it for... Why does it say -3? That's not good. That would be a bad connection somewhere. Bed's reading correctly. The nozzle is not reading correctly. Not unless the nozzle can somehow reach -3 degrees. Good news is it's not attempting to heat up. So there must be some sort of error correction there. Okay, so we do have a defect. The thermistor for the hot end is not working correctly. It looks like it's plugged in. Hi, kitty. How you doing? Okay, let's take it apart. Looks like there are 2 screws here on the side. It's going to need this little one, I think. Nope. A little bigger. It does come with extra ribbon cables. That's too big. So does this not come with the... There it is. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the ribbon cables. I understand why they're using them. It makes for a very clean, finished machine, but they need to be reliable. That's interesting. It's got a second ribbon cable connection on top of the shifter here. It looks like 3 screws. That's nice and easy. So there's the simple decorative shroud. I'm actually probably going to leave that off, since it is strictly decorative. Okay. So there are the connections. Stepper motor. I'm guessing hot end. I'm guessing thermistor. What's this for? Why is that plugged in right there? Oh, that's for the fan, I think. Okay. It's a little hard to get to the rest of them. Yeah, I'm not a fan of ribbons. Just, I don't like them. They are an unnecessary failure point in my book. So that is for the cover, which I'm probably not going to put back on. How is that attached? You can't, because fiber optic doesn't transfer power. Okay, so all 3 have to be removed. You guys can you guys see what's going on here? You cannot. Let me give you a better view. So you guys can get an idea of what I'm doing here. Saw it on Star Trek. I don't think this is going to help me. I think there's a plate behind this fan, and that's going to keep me from seeing what I want to see. Yep. That was a waste of time. Although we get to see this nice blower. Let's turn off that light. There we go. That's ABS injection molded. And that does not help me see what I want to see. Not enough power. Where is the thermistor? There it is. There's the white wires right there. I'm trying to make sure the thermistor is actually plugged in on this end. It's hard to see. There it is. Make sure it's plugged in. Okay. Make sure that's solid. Yes, but it's a ZIF socket and not a locking socket. I would prefer a locking socket. Let's try that again. Okay. That connection looks good. Double 90 fold up to the board. Oh, it's not plugged in. Aha! It is hidden under here. That's what this extra socket on top here was for. This socket right here, yeah, this wasn't plugged in. So for shipping, they don't have that plugged in, which makes sense. You don't want that plugged in. But because of the way it was behind the unit, it looked like it was plugged in. Now that one fits a lot tighter. All right, so that is why that was not working, because it literally wasn't plugged in. So let's get the fan put back together. This was pushed behind the rail here, so I didn't see it. It looked like it visually looked like it was plugged in. I was wondering why there was an empty socket here. Duh. For you to plug the ribbon cable into. Well, not so much a copy as this is the only way to do it. If you're going to use ribbon cables to form that kind of connection, that's pretty much the only way you're going to be able to do it. So they're all going to look alike. You know, that's like saying Creality copied the rails from G-Create. It probably did. So, Focus, if you're listening, I would like to see you use proper sockets. Oh, you think it's a Hemera clone? That'd be interesting. So this is the feeder unit right here. Maybe one of these days I'll get up the nerve to take it apart. But that's your feeder unit, your cooling fan for the hot end itself, the cold side of the hot end. And then down here you have your volcano block, volcano nozzle. Pretty distinct heat break separation there. Okay. I'm going to leave this off just because it doesn't do anything. I'm just going to leave it off. I don't see a need for it. What I would like to see, though, is I would like to see proper locking connections for these ribbon cables. Okay. Juice it back up. There's definitely a lot about this that is unique. So it doesn't mean that they didn't take advice from other printers. But I don't think it's as simple as a clone. Now we're getting a reading. That's what it should be. And this one can access folders. And it shows pictures. Whoa! I like that. I wonder how it does that. That one shows a preview of what you're going to print. What the heck? Yeah. Holy crap, that's cool. So it shows a preview of what you would print. That's freaking awesome. I love that. I love that a lot. Responsive touchscreen. It's not slow or laggy. Why would that change to top chat? I don't want top chat. Well, that's cool. Now, I wonder, does it generate that from the G-code file? Or is that something that the slicer does? Like inserting like, what do you call it? Like album art can be inserted into an MP3. So I'm wondering, where does that thumbnail come from? Now, there's no way to load filament manually. Like, I can't push. Yeah, it looks like there's no way to load filament. I do not like that. So you can't manually shove filament into this. You have to do it by the screen. Not a fan of that. Looks like it has Wi-Fi. How do I load filament? What does that do? There's a spring here. There's an arm. There is something in there. But I can't do anything with it. Yes, I have printed nylon. Bed adhesion's a pain in the ass. Beyond that, you want hot, hot, hot. Okay, so how do I make filament load? Auto load doesn't work. Tool, filament, load. Extrusion. It says it's loading, but it's not doing anything. Oh, it's doing something. No spring anything on top. There's nothing for me to press, nothing for me to mess with. Says is loading, but it's not doing anything. Yeah, that's just the ooze. It said is loading, but it's not doing anything. But it doesn't look like it's lining up. Ah, I think I was in the wrong spot. Oh, it senses. Okay. Now it's loading. I was in the wrong hole. It's drawing the filament in. Yeah, there's a... Well, same hole, wrong spot. I realized it when I saw it wasn't lined up with the hot end. But it is drawing it in now. And it looks like it keeps drawing until I tell it to stop. And we are getting extrusion. I'm just waiting for the new color to come out. I do love how absolutely exposed this nozzle is. So it's very easy to see what you're doing. Normally, I don't like front cooling fans, but this on the side here, it's completely exposed. So you can totally see what this printer is doing at all times, which is really nice. It's still going. When's it going to stop? No one knows. Oh, it's just running. I don't know how to make it stop, though. Yes, I am still working on rockets, and I plan to do a bit more of that. I don't know if I'm going to have it done in time, but I would like to try to print a rocket on the field at a launch. Like, go to a launch with a printer, set up a printer, and print the rocket right there on the field and fly it. I think that would be a pretty cool thing to try to do one day. Okay, now we have to bed level. Leveling. Very quiet. The only thing I hear is the fans. The hot end fan is slightly noisy. The power supply fan is the noisiest. Not horrible, but it's definitely there. You're never going to hear it because of the um, the noise reduction that's built into the microphones. So yeah, you're never going to hear it. You just buy a motor. We don't make our own motors. Oh wow, that's pretty close. Rockstar Droid Builder. Yeah, we don't use fireworks. We use commercially manufactured motors. No ABL, and I'm thankful for that. I am so done with ABL. ABL's a pain in the ass. And it looks like the leveling points are at the correct location, meaning the leveling points are directly above the springs, which is exactly where they should be. Yep, they're right above the springs. Right where they should be. Good job, Fokoos. That can come down a little bit. Exactly. If you have tight enough springs and everything works properly, manual bed leveling is just so much easier. Looks like the center is a little lower than the outside. So we're going to bring all of them up a hair. That looks good. Let's print out their little cube. See how it goes. If the springs are moving on you, print some washers to put under the springs to tighten up and compress the springs more. So you have what you have is this. So what you want to do is you want to put a washer not on this end, but on the bottom. You want to stack a couple of washers underneath the spring to compress the spring tighter. Also, once you do get it leveled, take a white or silver or gold Sharpie and put a mark on the wheels so that you could tell if the wheel moves. Yep, that's what's happening. Your springs are too loose. Also, a small TPU or rubber washer, some kind of a flexible washer, in between So a small washer in between the metal frame and the wheel. You want a rubber washer in between the two. That'll create more friction. Definitely use the yellow springs. Do not use the green, blue, or red. You will bend things. Right? You want to use the yellow flat die compression springs like you see here. And then you want to put a washer in between the spring and the carriage plate that will force them to compress more. Fiber washer on top as well. That'll also help. And then a rubber washer, if necessary, in between the carriage plate and the wheel. That'll prevent them from turning on their own. I would not use thread lock. I don't know how well that's going to work out. Be careful at least. But yeah, you can 3D print the washers for the springs. That's hard. My favorite is still my Ender 2s. I think my best all-around printer is my Ender 5. Yeah, try that. Also, you can lower your Z end stop. So bring your Z end stop down, which will force you to tighten up all the springs. You want the springs all to be very tight. Why hasn't this started yet? It's at temperature. There it goes. Hi, kitty. Hi. How you doing, baby? I heard that little meow. Little prime line. JetX is awesome. I still have some JetX engines. Yep. JetX was freaking cool. What the hell? That's weird. Oh, it's doing a raft. Hi, kitty. He's like, what's that? How you doing, baby? You good boy? Parts cooling fan is turned on. Yeah, you get to watch the kitty and watch the printer at the same time. Eater? How many gatos do you have? I'm assuming gatos is a foreign word for cats. I have two. No, he's the pecker. He's the slow eater. Ender is the one who likes to steal. He's the greedy one. I'm putting this on top of the laptop, so I gotta be careful. You got an orange tabby? Nice. Yeah, it stuck to you, didn't it? Hi. How you doing, baby? You're such a good boy. Yeah. Nice. Wow. I love that it shows a preview of what you're printing. You know, it'd be really easy to put an LED on this too. How you doing, kitty? Yeah. Yeah. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Not a whole lot, simply because batteries are so expensive. I do eventually want to get, like, I was trying to figure out how to build a little cabin out back so I can experiment with off-grid stuff, since I have solar panels and stuff like that. And I do have some batteries. You know, I've got quite a few of, you know, these kind of things. And I think the easiest way is rain. No, there's no rain here. would be to just get a little camper. Get a little RV. You know, they're pretty hard to find cheap out here because they're in demand. You see, out here you can live in one, so there's high demand for them. So what I could buy for $1,000 back in Pennsylvania costs $3,000 here. But get a little camper and then make it off grid. So put solar panels on the roof and see how off grid can I make it. You know, not so much off grid, but off grid with modern creature comforts. So how many modern creature comforts can I conceivably accomplish on a budget while still being off grid? So getting things like air conditioning working, for example. What the fuck? My battery just attacked me. As you can see, you get a great view. You can even see the nozzle. There we go. Nice sharp focus. I love this camera. I got a link in the description, by the way, for this gooseneck camera. Of course, it's right in my face. Let's get this over here like that. There we go. Nice view. And CPU is suffering. Let's close out Firefox and load it up in here. Whoop, wrong one. Did I forget to change my thumbnail? Yes, I did. Dag nabbit. Forget to change my thumbnail? Yes, I did. No wonder somebody said something about vaccine. Dag nabbit. Change my thumbnail? That's why. Jesus, come on. Yeah, wrong thumbnail, of course. I even made up a nice thumbnail, too. Now I feel stupid. I always forget it's below the description. There we go. Fix the thumbnail. Yeah, that's why you thought that, because I had the wrong thumbnail attached. Well, that's fixed now. And now I need to close this to bring my CPU cycles down. Personally, 3D Spaghetti Mess, no. I wouldn't bother upgrading to a BL Touch. Once you know how to level a printer, you'll realize it's really not that difficult. No, I have not, but I'll look into them. Iron Browser or Brave? I've heard of Brave before, but I haven't heard of Iron Browser. I think that actually looks better. I'm gonna leave it off. No, it looks better on. Yeah, I got this cleaning brush. It's a battery-powered cleaning brush, extendable. You can add an extension to this to make it longer. Battery-powered. Except, I mean, beautiful packaging, retail packaging. The molds are beautiful. All the connections fit great. Micro USB charging, easy to install and remove the fittings, and it's junk because it has no torque, so it can't really clean. It's like, gentlemen, you need a little more power in that motor there. That's interesting. I didn't know you could limit browser RAM and CPU. Cool. Because, man, both Firefox and Chrome can absorb multi-gigabytes of RAM. It's like, what the hell? Hey. No. You don't go chewing shit. Not how that works, kitty. Although I suspect my laptop is throttling. I suspect the heatsink needs to be cleaned off. I gotta take it apart and clean off the heatsink. Huh, I'll have to check it out. Well, I know what that says. No, I speak German. That's about all I know. Well, especially because I got the cats sleeping in the bed directly behind it. That's probably means there's a lot of cat fur and dust in there. I should have thought of that earlier. Yes, they do. But they're my good kitty cats. Yes, they are. They're my wonderful kitty cats. Yes. I love my kitty cats. I think you type at and their name. No. Oh, you probably heard me petting the cat. As I was patting him, you probably heard that in the microphone. Yes, PLA lasts just fine outdoors. PLA, I understand, does have some UV issues, but I've never encountered a problem. I printed a socket for my electric car charger and bolted it to the side of the building for 5 years, 6 years, and never a problem. The color faded, so the gold color filament faded, but the plastic was fine. It didn't become brittle, it didn't fail, didn't do anything bad. I don't know. Oh, you mean like literally highlighting like a highlighter? I have no idea. There's probably some Unicode commands you can use in chat, but I don't know how to do them. PLA does not easily melt in sunlight. PLA easily melts if it gets hot. So if you're printing a dark colored part in a hot part of the country, then yeah, it might melt. Yeah, I want to get into ASA as well. What we really need is affordable nylon. That's what we need. Nylon is the cat's meow. I love breakfast. Breakfast good. You know, I've tried 3 times to go to the damn MVD. 4 times, actually. 4 times. First time I went, I didn't realize I needed an appointment. And you can't make one on the spot. Second time I went, no problem. You know, I had to give up all my paperwork to get the car transferred over, so now I have to wait for the bank to send the title to the state of New Mexico. Third time I went to do the pickup truck and trailers. For some reason, the system changed my 2 o'clock appointment to 11 o'clock. I don't even get up at 11 o'clock. So, obviously, I couldn't do anything then. Fourth time I went, she doesn't want to do that many title transfers all at once, and I need to bring each of them to the MVD place. Like, seriously? I got to bring the vehicles and the trailers over here? So now I have another appointment for Thursday tomorrow to get the pickup truck transferred. I can't do the trailers yet because I have to bring the pickup truck in order to transfer it, and the pickup truck doesn't have a 1 7/8" ball yet. So I'll have to bring the trailers on a 6th trip to the MVD. What a pain. Nice. We got ours 2 weeks ago, and we get the next shot in 2 weeks. So not next Wednesday, but the Wednesday after. Ours is the Moderna, Alec Haney. Whatever everybody else in your state is getting is probably what you're going to get. From what I understand, all the ones coming into New Mexico are Moderna, I think. At least I haven't heard anybody getting different. But we're a small state, so. Yeah, I heard Arizona's getting Pfizer. At least everybody who's told me Arizona, they'd be getting Pfizer. Hey, Chaser. Oh, check out what I got. I'm super excited about this. I got that little freaking Instago 2. It is such a tiny little camera. Oh, I am super stoked about this. So yeah, I am super stoked about playing with this little bad boy. That's going to go on my rocket for sure. Also, on the review site, I just got a new action camera that looks really freaking cool for rockets. It's got two 1080p cameras, one facing forward, one facing backwards. So I strap it to the rocket and I get an up-looking view and a down-looking view at the same time. Like, that's freaking cool. But what's really cool about this one is that it has a square imaging sensor. By having a square imaging sensor, it can handle something very interesting. I don't have a marker, do I? No, I don't. I don't have a pen, so I can't show you. So by having a square image sensor that is bigger than the resolution of the video it records, you can take here. Well, actually, here's a good way of describing it. So if this is your imaging sensor, and this is the video you're capturing, by making sure the capture area is smaller than the image sensor area, you can rotate the capture area inside of the image sensor area 100 or 360 degrees. So if your object tilts, your video can stay untilted without using a gimbal, because you have enough sensor area to cover the entire picture area without going. See, if your image area is this big, you can't do that, because when you rotate, you're outside of the area of the sensor. But if the sensor is bigger than the capture area, bigger than 1080p, you can rotate inside of it. So my rocket could be doing this, and the video will still look like this. Really freaking cool. Yeah, I have a droid. Nice. But the ability to do that is just really freaking cool. That's just a great idea. Yeah, I bet. I have a couple 360 cameras. I got the LGs. I don't know where they're at, though. Takes a lot of horsepower to mess with the GoPro 360 video. Talk about annoying. So, one of the things that I got off the review site is food. There's 3 things you always grab. I always grab trash bags, just because you always need trash bags. I always grab shampoo, because you always need shampoo and it's free. And I always grab food, because you always need food and it's free. Like, literally, the ETV is 0, so even if I have to pay taxes, there's no taxes. It's totally free. Well, they had this giant case of granola bars available. Sweet and salty almond granola bars. I was like, okay, I can eat those. Those would be good. It even says on the little sticker here, sweet and salty almond granola bars. Well, whatever moron put that sticker on the box failed to read the giant goddamn letters on the side of the box that says it's peanut butter dark chocolate. And sure enough, it's peanut butter dark chocolate. Now, I love dark chocolate, but I freaking hate peanut butter. I like peanut butter 2 ways only. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich and Reese peanut butter cups. Any other method, any other form, any other way, I hate peanut butter. So I got, what is this, 6 times 6? Yeah, so I got 36 granola bars that I'm never going to eat. Oh, I can't stand it. I hate peanut butter raw. Ugh, yuck. So, if you guys want some granola bars, let me know. You can have them. Send me a self-addressed stamped envelope with enough postage on it for a granola bar, and I'll send you a granola bar. Or if you want a whole box, send me a priority mail box with the postage already on it, and I'll send you a whole box. I mean, they are. There you go. It's like, what the hell am I gonna? Well, you gotta include the shipping on your return envelope. But if you send me it with sufficient postage to put one of these in it, I'll send it to you, because I'm not gonna eat them. I mean, I guess we can try one. I just really hate peanut butter. So what's it weigh? 40 grams. So call it 45 grams. So enough postage to mail back something that weighs 50 grams. And what sucks is well, maybe it won't be so bad. If it was peanuts, it'd be okay. And I see peanuts on here. But they say peanut butter. And I hate peanut butter. Except for peanut butter jelly sandwiches and Reese cups. It just smells like peanuts. I'm okay with peanuts. I'll eat peanuts. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them away. It's not horrible. If I was starving and someone said eat this, I'd eat it. It doesn't have a crazy heavy peanut butter taste, so it's not too bad. I don't want to eat that on camera. So it's not horrible. I'll give it that. It's a lot less horrible than I thought. I don't really taste peanut butter. I taste the peanuts, and I'm okay with peanuts. So it tastes like a granola bar with peanuts and dark chocolate. So it's actually not that bad. But yeah, I'll give them away to my neighbors. I'm just not a fan of peanut butter. Except for, it's weird. I love peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, especially chunky peanut butter. And I love Reese cups. But pretty much any other way of eating peanut butter, I can't stand it. Well, I can't review it, actually, because it's not the product I'm supposed to get. When I go to leave a review, it's going to be for sweet and salty almond granola bar, so I cannot leave a review. They're going to have to remove that from my review list. There's no ETV to remove, but I can't review it because the review won't match the product. Yeah, it's not that bad. No artificial flavors, colors, or sweeteners. That's good. Yeah, it did not taste too sweet, which I enjoyed. I don't like when they're super sweet. Roasted peanuts, soy crisp rice, rice starch, dark chocolate, dark confectionery coating, whey protein, vanilla, chocolate chips. Oh yeah, the peanut butter is way down on the list. That's why it doesn't taste too much like peanut butter. Peanut butter is always at the bottom of the list. Oh god, are you guys watching that British girl orgasming on TikTok as she tries ranch dressing? It's like the best thing since sliced bread for her. Oh my god, she's so adorable. It's she just tried Slim Jims today, and of course she dipped them in ranch. And she tried corn dogs, which she liked, and then she dipped it in ranch. I think she has a ranch problem. I think she's really addicted to ranch. Oh my god, she just tried Texas sweet tea, bottled Texas sweet tea of some sort. Both the peach and the regular sweet tea, and her eyes rolled into the back of her head. I think she really liked them. A deep fried Mars bar? Not so sure if I would enjoy that. But then again, some of the weirder things end up being really good. Like someone just did a s'mores, graham cracker, chocolate marshmallow, and then a bit of chocolate chip cookie dough on top, and then you put it in the oven, and the whole thing melts down inside the chocolate chip cookie. Yeah, those bars aren't that bad. The peanut butter was a big turnoff for me, but they really don't have much peanut butter in them. It's not that bad. I would have preferred the sweet and salty almond bar, especially since I got 36 of them. Sickly good, pure filth. I am surprised how level the bed was out of the box. I almost didn't even have to level it. Just a slight adjustment. Oh, I am looking into getting a freeze dryer. There's a decent chance I'm going to get a freeze dryer. I ran the numbers, and if I sell half of everything I freeze dry, I can pay off the machine in about a year and a half. which makes it viable for me. So I might be getting a freeze dryer. I really want to make my own freeze-dried beef stew and chili and freeze-dried strawberries and bananas. How do I cancel this? I don't know who you are, but you got hung up on. No, I'm a reviewer. So Muesli asked, you bought that many not knowing if you would like them. I am a professional reviewer. It's part of where I make my bulk of my income. So I am a member of a review program. It's an official review program that I'm not allowed to name, so we're not allowed to talk about it. It's a private thing. So you can guess what it is, and if you do guess what it is, do not post the name of it. It's from Amazon. It's 4 letters, and it's the name of a plant. So don't mention the name if you know it. Well, anyway, I go online. I can show you, actually. As long as I hide the name. Give it a second. It's loading. So I go on this site, and I pick whatever I want, basically. Whatever's available. So, for example, you can see here I got a 13-pound bag of cat food. I got a bunch of stevia sweetener. I got a Instant Pot donut bagel pan. Yeah, I know, massive frame drops. I still have to review this giant Connect 4 set. Okay? So I go to this special site. Try to keep from hiding the name, showing the name too much. And I can pick whatever I want. Ooh, these tiki torches look kind of cool. I might grab them later. So I'm allowed to pick 8 items a day. And I don't have to pay anything for it. It's free. Well, sometimes food items show up on this site. And, well, one of the things that I got was a whole case of granola bars. So there's 6 of those boxes in there. And in each of those, there's 6 granola bars. So 36 granola bars. I know the name, just don't say it. I want to try to follow the rules. Yeah, I just realized the name was all over the damn site, including the damn address bar. So I was like, okay, let's close this window. But I pick stuff on there, and I get it for free. So it doesn't cost me anything but taxes. So what else did I get? I got these solar street lights. I have these all over my property. I got these battery packs, USB battery packs. All right. I got all the lithium iron phosphate batteries. I got all those off of that program. Okay. Tomorrow I have a Sony Bravia 65-inch TV being delivered. That was pure luck. I am super thrilled to death to be getting that. Oh, here we go. I love this. I get these, actually, that is a trailer cover. So that is a mesh net cover for my trailer, so stuff doesn't come flying out of it when I'm driving down the road. Shelving units, jump boxes for the car. So here's a jump box. It's one of those lithium jump boxes. So it's a USB battery pack that'll jumpstart your car. I got like 10 of those. I'm a reviewer, so I tend to get a lot of the same things so I can review them. I got some really nice Jabra earbuds. These things are slick. They're nice. I also got a set of Anchor Soundcore. New company, surprisingly nice earbuds. They did a good job on those. I got these little USB D-cell lithium batteries. So it's a D-cell, but it's a lithium-ion battery. And there's a USB port inside of here to recharge it, and the circuitry in here to convert it to the 1.5 volts that your devices expect. So you can plug these into a regular device. And I got AAA versions. So here's a AAA battery. And it's got a micro USB port on it to recharge it. So I get all kinds of this kind of stuff. That's how I got the smoke detectors. I get filament. This 3D fuel filament you're seeing us print with right now. I got that off that review site. Nothing, because I am a business. And because I am a business, this is a tax write-off for me. So they charge me, the income on my 1099, and I deduct the products I bought with it on my taxes, because I'm a business, and this is actually what I do as my primary business. I review stuff. So far, for me, it's a tax write-off, and I don't have to pay anything for it. If I did have to pay taxes on it, like if I were a regular user and this was a hobby, I'd have to pay about 20%. So $30 roll of filament, $6. $4,000 Sony OLED TV, $850 in tax. Woo! No, I did not want to keep that business going. I have no interest in that. It's just not my thing. It's not the kind of thing I want to do. I got tired of dealing with the number of people trying to take that business from me. The people who bought it from me tried to take it from me. They had no intention of paying me for that business. They were going to take it from me. They were going to buy the land from the landlord, take over, and then tell me to get lost. They weren't going to pay me a thing for that business. The landlord is the only reason I got anything for that business, because she put a clause in the land contract that said they had to allow me to continue to run my business at my current rent price under my current terms for 3 months. Now, the reason that helped was because what was valuable was not the building. They paid more for the building than it was worth. What was valuable was the grandfathered business license to run an adult porno shop at that location. You cannot move that license to a different location. It's grandfathered in and attached to the property. So all I would have to do is go to the town hall and say, I would like to change my business to a puppy store. And 30 days after I did that, the grandfathering would expire, and you would never be able to open an adult bookstore there ever again. Which means they would have spent $200,000 for absolutely nothing. And once they realized that, they negotiated with me. But yeah, they intended to take it from me. He even told me straight, hey, I'll give the guy credit for being honest. He told me straight to my face that he was going to just throw me out. That he was just going to take it. And, yeah, the people are scum. Yeah, the people are just... The city kept trying to take the place from me. The tax people kept trying to... Well, the tax people largely didn't care. My dad just didn't file his taxes properly. If he'd have filed his taxes properly, it would have been fine. But, yeah, it was a nightmare. It was killing me. It was literally killing me. The physical and mental stress of running 3 full-time jobs while trying to run that place... It was literally destroying me physically and mentally. It was just... And what you see now would not exist if I stayed there. Me and my sister would be living out of a van. Because if I were still in Pennsylvania when the pandemic hit, I'd be screwed. Yep. Because the only way I was paying for all of the debt that I was paying off was that business. And the state would have closed down my business during the pandemic, and that would have destroyed me. I would have defaulted on everything. So yeah, I got out just in time. I literally got out, 8 months before the shit hit the fan. That's like taking off in a spaceship, and 8 months later you watch the Earth blow up behind you. Damn, dodged that bullet, didn't we? Now, on that discussion, I'm fucking up this channel badly. Like, really, really fucking it up. There's, you guys are the ones who stick with me, and I always told you I'll be transparent with you. The channel's failing. And it's my fault. I don't do enough. I don't make enough videos, not enough projects. I don't put enough into it. I got a mess again. There's something not right. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's physical. I don't know if it's mental. I got to figure it out. Once I get the second vaccine, I'll be able to make an appointment with the doctor. Since I got what I assume was COVID in January, I think I got a permanent effect from that. I've had a permanent cough since January that just won't go away. I know there's some kind of infection in the lungs because, you cough up that green slime. That's indicating there's an infection of some sort going on there. It won't go away. And I can't really get to the doctors. Well, yeah, first of all, there's multiple strains of COVID. I also can't confirm I got COVID because I wasn't tested at the time because it was January. We didn't know about COVID in January. We knew very little. And maybe it was something else. I don't know, but I suspect it was probably COVID. But I go through a day and I can't stay awake. I cannot regulate my sleep. I have almost zero ability to regulate my sleep. The only reason I got good sleep last night was that I got a shower before going to bed, and I took 2 Tylenol and 4 Advil. And that allowed me to sleep pretty much uninterrupted. It still took me 3 hours to fall asleep. But I've gotten to the point where I'm up until 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I sleep until like 11. So I get like 4 hours of sleep. And then I'm up. And then mid-part through the day, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I cannot stay awake. I no matter what I'm doing, I'm falling asleep. I try to stay awake. It doesn't work. Now, here's the fucked up part. If I get up and go to bed, I can't go to sleep. I mean, I have no power. I have no energy. I have no stamina. Today's an unusually good day. I feel good today. And I think that's because I doped up on Advil and Tylenol. Which I can't do every day because there's side effects if you hurt yourself if you take too much Advil and Tylenol. And I have no energy. It is an unbelievable strain to just get up out of this chair and do anything. Well, once I get the second vaccine on the 14th, I think we'll be pretty safe. So I'm going to make an appointment with the doctor to start trying to find out what's going on. I guess address the physical part first and see if that is fixable. And yeah, motivation, energy, just it's an apathy. It's a level of apathy and tiredness I've never experienced before in my life. Even you have when I was working 3 jobs, I was always tired. There was no such thing as a day I wasn't tired. From morning to night, I was tired. I also never had a problem falling asleep. I'd hit the bed and in 30 minutes I'm out. This is a different kind of tired. I'm low energy. You can be high energy and tired. You can have plenty of energy, but you're worn out just from overworking. I'm not overworked here. So I'm not worn out. I just I have a desire to do things, but I have no motivation. I don't know what to call it. It's not just laziness watching movies and crap like that, because I get tired of watching the damn movie too. It's like I just turn it off and I just sit here and do nothing. And I mean, winter can be part of it too, but still, it's just, I don't know what's going on. I need to figure out what's going on. I don't know. I guess it's beyond my knowledge set. I don't have enough experience or knowledge to be able to figure this out. I've got to go to the doctor and get started on trying to figure. I mean, I've got the goddamn golden ticket for health insurance. The problem is I'm afraid of dying. You know, if we catch COVID a second time, or first time if we didn't have it the first time. I'm also wondering about the water because my fingernails they're wrong. I have grooves or lines forming in my fingernails that I'm not sure about. You know, it comes from the root, so it grows through the whole nail. And my nails are brittle. So they crack and split easily, which is really freaking annoying. Well, the problem is I think he needs to do testing. But once the 14th passes and I'm fully vaccinated, then I will have a much, much smaller fear of COVID killing us. I think I would survive. I mean, I have a pretty good physical makeup in general, besides being massively overweight. I'm relatively healthy for a person my size. I think I would handle it fine. What I'm worried about is I'm worried about bringing it home to Michelle. She's not as healthy. So if I were to bring COVID home to Michelle, there are things worse than death. Surviving and watching your sister die from it, you know, that would kind of fuck me up. So once we are vaccinated, it'll be safe. So the first things first, get this freaking lung infection, whatever the hell it is, taken care of. I do. And we do go out in the sun. We take a drive, open the windows, and we sit there in the sunlight. It's got to be something in the diet. That's what I'm suspecting as well. I was thinking about trying to stop using the sink water for cooking for a couple of weeks and see if it has any effect. I got some more bottles to fill up with filtered water. So I'm wondering, is there something in the water affecting me? You know, what's causing my fingernails to be brittle? There's no white spots, so it's not like, I don't think it's heavy metal poisoning. But, well, that's it. We had no side effects on the first dose. So we'll see. Iron deficiency, huh? I'll have to look into that. Now, all my blood work came back good, but that was when I first moved here. So having the blood work done again would be kind of important, I think. I don't know. Just gotta, first things first, get this whatever the hell this lung infection is. You know, I've been coughing for the last freaking 12 months, and it's driving me crazy. You know, constantly hacking up that phlegm and that mucus crap, that green shit that you hack up when you have a lung infection. You might want to put a filter on your water then. My water's clean, but it's very hard. So lots of calcium carbonate. We don't use it for drinking. We only use it for cooking. Water louses? What's water louses? Maybe I'll start supplementing. We drink plenty of things like orange juice and stuff like that. I'll have to check on other sources of vitamin C. I think we get plenty of sunlight, so vitamin D should be okay. I don't know. I need to sort out these demons and fix them, you know, before bad things happen. But, I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Creatures that live in the pipes. Yes, creatures. Sublingual? What's that mean? Well, I have the extreme fatigue and not weakness. I don't feel weak. No pale skin, no chest pain, no fast heartbeat, no shortness of breath, No headache or dizziness or lightheadedness. Hands and feet aren't cold. No inflammation that I'm aware of. No tongue soreness. Some of my muscles ache when I move them a certain way. Like, for example, lifting my left leg up onto the bed to put my socks on hurts like hell. Like, it's almost like I did a massive workout yesterday and the muscles are hurting today, but it's every day. But not my right leg, only the left leg. And lifting my foot up to put my foot through my underwear, oh my God, it's painful as hell. I don't know why. You know, upper body, no pain. You know, I can do whatever I want, no pain, just my legs. I thought ibuprofen was an anti-inflammatory. See, the only time I take ibuprofen is for headaches. Tylenol does nothing for headaches for me. Only ibuprofen takes away my headaches. If I have back pain, the Tylenol works. Okay. Ow. 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 Hot. That is not ready to come off yet. Yep. Too cold. Too hot. Looks pretty clean. We'll get a close-up look once I get it off. Yeah, ulcers could be an issue. I do make sure I take the Tylenol with food in my stomach. Or not the Tylenol, the ibuprofen. Oh, really? That's interesting. I don't think I overuse it. I only use it. The only time I use it is if I wake up with a headache that won't go away, I'll take it. Or if I really need to get a good night's sleep. Like if I know I need to wake up tomorrow and I need to make sure I sleep, then I'll take it. I'll be sure to ask about all that. Matter of fact, let me screen capture that. So I don't forget it. I definitely eat a lot of antacids. I eat a lot of antacids. There is the skirt. There we go. Let that cool down. Let's get the next one started. Oh, wow, it has a print again button. That's kind of cool. So I can tell it to print the same thing again if I want. You know, I want to print a kitty cat. Let's print a hollow kitty cat. Alright, that raft did not remove it very well. But that's just, I think that's just a matter of tuning the filament. Oh, there it goes. It's coming off. I think it's just still too warm. So it's flexible. There we go. Ooh, nice clean top layer. Just the slightest over extrusion. So that's just a matter of turning down the extrusion multiplier a hair. Otherwise, that's a clean top layer. Nice crisp corners. Clean sidewalls. decent bottom considering it's on a raft. I don't see any nasty ringing. That is a stain from my hand, blood. I also see only very minor zitting, so there's your zit line right there. So there's your zit line, and the zit line is very, very clean. That's actually an unusually clean zit line. Wow, I can scrape it right off. Very clean zit line. I'm actually really impressed by that. That's some of the cleanest zits I've ever seen on a print. You can see signs of the over extrusion there. See the slightly inconsistent layers? That's a sign that it's over extruding a hair. That's not a printer problem. That is a slicer setting. So that's just a matter of tuning. Very nice. Good print. I don't have anything bad to say about that in general. Not bad. Probably going to do a raft again. I'm guessing all these prints are with a raft. Maybe not. It might not be with a raft. That's good. Yeah, no raft. That's a normal print. Nice. Rafts account for discrepancies in bed leveling. So believe it or not, as a first print, I suggest the manufacturer use a raft. Because if the end user barfs up the bed leveling, the raft will increase the odds that you'll still get a successful print. I haven't, well, not counting moving here to New Mexico, I haven't been to the doctor in 10 years because I can't afford to lose my house going to see a doctor. But now I have health insurance, so there's no excuse. It's just this stupid freaking pandemic. But once we're vaccinated, then I'll feel safe, you know, exposing her to whatever I might bring home. So a raft basically extrudes a big fat slab of filament. It's a real thick extrusion, so that if you're too far away from the bed, that there's a good chance that raft will still stick. And then that's why each layer of the raft gets finer and finer. You're basically building up a perfectly flat surface to then print on. That's why you use a raft. For a test print from the factory, using a raft is the right call. Because regardless of good or bad setting up bed leveling, you want the first print to be a success, because that's going to encourage your end user to keep going. Well, because it's a raft, it's going to lift up the nozzle further away from the bed than normal. So the nozzle is not going to be 0.2 millimeters away from the bed. It's going to be like half a millimeter away from the bed. So if you were 0.2 millimeters too close, now you're 0.3 of a millimeter away from the bed. So still plenty far enough to extrude that big fat extrusion. So that's kind of the whole point of a raft, is that it compensates for bad bed leveling. So unless you're jamming that nozzle so far into the bed that even with a 0.5 millimeter lift, it's still jammed into the bed, it's going to extrude and it's going to print. So a raft just increases the odds of that initial success. So your raft, instead of being, instead of being this far away from the bed, it's going to be this far away from the bed. So you have a lot more room to play with, to be off with. Now, of course, you're saying, well, if you're that far away, it's not going to stick unless you're extruding a whole crap ton of filament. If you ever watch a raft print, you notice that a layer that it prints is real thick. That's why. It's to compensate for that difference in bed leveling. So that unless you're really, really far off, a raft is probably going to work. Well, I don't like a raft because while the bottom is not bad, it's not perfect. So while it's not bad, it's also not perfect. Although that's a really good bottom for a raft. The problem I have with the raft is the time it takes to print the raft and the amount of plastic it takes to print the raft. When you're using, $50, $60, $70 a kilo filament, or, protopasta, you're looking at $80, $90 a kilo. I don't want to be wasting it on a raft. On a larger print, the raft could take 2 hours to print. Imagine doing a 400 by 400 print with a raft. You're going to spend 2 or 3 hours printing the raft. And use half a kilogram of plastic doing it. So I just don't want to waste the plastic. That's one of the reasons why using a fat nozzle makes it easier. Because by using a thicker layer height, you have more play with that first layer and how accurate it needs to be. Yes, something that's very skinny, a raft, could actually be very helpful. Small prints or small islands, a raft can be helpful. Hey, we got PayPal. Big shout out to Ian Halligan, $56.21. Ian, you rock. Thank you very much, Ian. I appreciate that. Yes, if you don't have your gap distance right, or if you're printing too hot or over extruding, but even still, even if the raft can't be easily removed and you have to use a tool to remove the raft, you've still got a successful print. And the whole point is to make that first print. That's why it's the odd amount, the exchange rate. You want that first print to be a success. The more you can ensure that first print is a success, the better the odds are that the end user, the consumer, is going to be motivated to stick it out. I don't know what the exchange rate is. I could probably see what the original amount is. Hang on. Let's see. So, it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me what the details are. Interesting. Maybe you have to go to activity. Yeah, it doesn't tell me what the original amount is. So it's doing the conversion on its end and not showing me. Sometimes I'll get a transaction and it'll tell me original amount, conversion, but this one doesn't tell me that. Well, I got this neat thing that it's a ring that you put on your finger, and it's a pulse oximeter that you wear, and you wear it all night, and it records your O2 levels and your pulse rate for the entire night. And it's kind of interesting that my pulse rate does not really drop when I go to sleep. It declines over the entire time that I'm asleep. So my pulse rate started, around 95, 100. Someone my size, it's pretty high. And then it slowly declined throughout the entire 6 or 7 hours that I was asleep. I thought that was kind of interesting. The lowest it got was right before I woke up at 56, I think. 56 or 65 or something like that. My nose is unusually clear today. Both sides. I'm definitely a mouth breather because I usually can't breathe through my nose. It's almost always clogged up. Yeah, I have a Sovol SV02 sitting right there that we have to build. I kind of fucked that one up pretty bad. They sent me one, but they didn't want it on a live stream. And the live stream is important to me because it forces me to actually schedule it and do it. And I never got around to doing it. That was also when I was pretty sick, but still, I kind of screwed them on that. So we're going to be doing that printer soon. High 30s, holy crap. That seems really low. Maybe that's normal for you, I don't know, but that just seems low to me. I love this little flashlight. It's this itty bitty little flashlight. It takes an itty bitty rechargeable battery, and it's actually a thrower. So this flashlight can actually throw a beam. And like, I'm talking a tree 150 feet away, and it throws a beam on it. I'm like, that's impressive for such a tiny little flashlight. Huh, that is weird. Ah, that ring? Yeah, that ring is $180. It is very expensive. I didn't pay for it, which is the only reason I got it. But it's, yes, it is a very expensive gadget. Let me get you a link for it. Let's see. No, mine is not Aura. It's by Wellview. Actually, you can get one used for $150. Although I think that's a smaller one for kids. There it is. Yeah, I opened the browser, but I need to open the browser to get a link. There we go. And I got the link and I can't use it. Okay, hang on. There we go. Well, this here is good for 12 hours, so it's good for 2 or 3 nights of sleep. So what you do is I have it sitting on the micro USB charger, and then each night I unplug it and stick it on my finger. And then it records the data for the whole night continuously. And then when in the morning, when you wake up, you open the app on your phone, it sees the ring, uses the Bluetooth connection to download the data to the phone, then you put it back on the charger and it turns itself off. Yeah, it's a little expensive. A second one popped up, and I might grab that one so Michelle can have one too. Oh, I can actually do that. I need to do that right now. Hang on. I can do Task Manager. I keep forgetting that. OBS, Priority High. I can set OBS for a higher priority. And that will help as well. You have a good night, Cobus. So a pretty neat device. If you forget to charge it one day, it should have enough power for a second night. And it's just micro USB. It comes with a funky little cable. I thought it was a special adapter, but I plugged it into a normal micro USB cable and it worked fine. It charged it up just fine. And it runs continuously. The little red light, you can see the little light that's on. You know, it's looking at your blood through your finger. And, well, I had to use it on my index finger. It's too tight on this one. It was actually cutting off the circulation of the finger. But, yeah, it worked pretty good. What's $1,000? The ring is $180. Yeah, it's pretty expensive, but because I'm reviewing it, I didn't have to pay for it. But it does seem to work. It says it has motion tracking as well, so it can tell when you move a lot, I guess. I wish it had a way of telling when you woke up or not. Although, I guess how would it tell the difference? I don't know. Well, I guess you could probably guess that. If you can get into that program, yes. Make sure you leave, if you buy from Amazon, make sure you leave reviews. I believe the review program is international, I think. Yes, there are UK users. Just make sure you leave reviews and check your spam folder often. You can look up the website for the program so that it won't work for you, but you can load the website so to see if you've gotten an invite. No, not Aura, the that $180 ring that I posted a link for. Now, you can also get smartwatches that will last a week. They'll last long enough to use overnight, but most of them don't run continuously. And continuously is what's going to drain the battery. Jesus. That's incredible how expensive that is. Hello, Daniel Jackson? Studying pyramids? Well, I know you can tell it to do continuous pulse. Most of those watches, you can put them in sport session mode, and they'll monitor your pulse continuously. I don't know if it logs it, though. I don't know if it saves it. Like, in a way you can log it and download it. I'm not sure. Definitely more accurate than the watch. Yes and no. Try to add details to. First of all, review rating doesn't matter as far as you're getting into the program. $100 a month for 11 months. Jesus. That is so much money. I'm kind of pulling my hair out right now because I need to get insurance for this house. Because if this house burns down, we're homeless. That's it. So I need to get insurance for this house, but it's $1,200 a year. Jesus. They put it in as a $100,000 home, replacement cost, and $1,200 a year. I was only paying $700 for my $200,000 house in Pennsylvania. Jeez. I mean, that's $100 a month. I think he said it's because it's a mobile home. Mobile manufactured homes are higher risk, and I think that's why it costs so much. And that's with a discount having car insurance. Oh, I tried looking for cheaper car insurance. I'm paying $1,200 a year for State Farm. A little less than $1,200 actually. And that's for 4 cars. Well, 3 cars, and the bus is on standby. The bus is on deactivated status. And every single other company I've gotten a quote from so far has been double what I'm paying now. So the best quote I got was $2,400, or double what I'm paying now. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, I agree. That's robbery. I mean, granted, that's only $12,000 in 10 years, which is still 1/10 of what the house would cost to replace. And I do need to get it at some point. It's just right now, I don't know if I make enough per month to pay for it. Because what am I currently at right now? I really should do this. So let's call electric $200, water 30, taxes 50, $1,200 a year for 3 cars and 1 on storage is not that bad a rate. That's full coverage, comp collision, with underinsured and uninsured, and that's 100, 300 coverage to make sure my house is protected if I cause damage. So my car insurance is actually a really good deal. I was just hoping my 830 credit score would help me out more, but it didn't. Okay, so internet 100, phone 40. What other monthly bills do I have? Car insurance 100. Yeah, America's wonderful, isn't it? You can make lots of money selling 3D printed stuff. I know people who make lots of money selling 3D printed stuff. It's a matter of right place, right time, right market, and the vast majority of people can't meet all 3 of those criteria. So why is it so much more expensive here? Why is home insurance so expensive? See, $500-$600 like that, I would just get it with organization. See, do I got everything? Electric, water, taxes, internet, phone, and car insurance. Do I have any other regular monthly bills? Web 10. No, not anymore. I got rid of that. What other regular monthly bills do I have? $300 a year is about what I'm paying. 4 cars, $1,200, so about $300 a year. Honestly, I'm paying a pretty good price for car insurance. I was just hoping to reduce the bill a little bit. I don't think I have any other regular monthly bills. So that is 2, 3, 4, $520 a month. So right now my current bills are $520 per month on average. My current income is about $600 a month. So yeah, I can't afford the house insurance. I don't make enough. I don't have Netflix. I can't afford it. So right now I can't afford house insurance. I need to get my income over $700 a month to afford house insurance. Yes, I know. Yeah, so right now I don't quite make enough. Yes, actually, I did just get the bidet. It came in yesterday. I haven't installed it, of course, but it's actually sitting right outside on the front doorstep. So I did get that bidet seat in. I'm super excited about trying that. Reduce my toilet paper usage. So right now, my income is about $600 or $700 a month, and my output is about $520 a month plus minor expenses. So yeah, I'm doing okay right now, and I expect that to improve as we open back up and people work better and stuff. Wow, that sucks. 450 pounds, 6 foot 4 inch man doing a handstand in the shower. Yes and no. I live at 7,000 foot in elevation in the desert. So growing season is a lot smaller, and I don't really have much in the way of land as far as growing. The dirt is about 4 or 5 inches thick, and then it's bedrock. So I would need to set up planter boxes, and if I manage to get a freeze dryer, I do plan to do that. I would like to grow things like tomatoes. I would love to grow lettuce because I love having salad, cucumbers, stuff like that. There is definitely a growing season. I've been talking to a few people locally who grow, and they're going to try to give me some tips. What is OnlyFans? Well, let me write that down. OnlyFans. Never heard of it before. There you go. You're right. It would be a pretty decent area for a data center. Very stable. Well, you have the only issue is unreliable power. Our power is not very reliable here. I didn't realize how it doesn't really affect us too much. I have UPSs on all the important things. Well, the problem is there are some things that you can't put on a UPS very easily. For example, my mini split I can put on a UPS. It's a very sketchy. It's barely able to handle it, but I can put it on a UPS. But the new mini split I'm looking to get, nah, 35 amp circuit, 220 volts. You can't buy a UPS for that. At least not for less than the cost of the mini split together. And well, the problem is solar panels are cheap, but batteries are not. So I could buy enough solar panels to completely power this house year round for about $6,000. But I would need about $25,000 worth of batteries. That's a lot of money. That's a whole lot of money. Can you do drop shipping? What do you mean? I know what drop shipping is, but what do you mean as far as me? Well, there's a logistics company called XPO that's delivering the TV tomorrow. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. A cyber site. um, so hopefully the packaging looks very good on it. So hopefully it arrives undamaged because it cannot be replaced if it's damaged. Yeah, nobody wants to see my stuff. Kitty cat's looking good. Kitty cat's looking very good. It'd probably kill me. I'd be thrilled to be able to do one push-up. I can't do a push-up. You know, that's actually not a bad idea. That's actually, I'm going to screenshot. That's actually a great idea. That is something I could easily do. Matter of fact, that would be something that'd be perfect for something like TikTok. The problem with TikTok is it's very hard to post links. Basically, I would have to use a portal page like Nerisse.com and have a daily link added to that. Because that's what I need to do. I need to boost my affiliate income. I'm actually thinking about getting back into making custom dildos for people just because people seem to be interested in that. I got a pimple here and it's driving me nuts. Can't quite get it. It's not quite big enough to pop yet. Facebook is easy. The problem is Facebook is a restricted audience, meaning basically only the people who follow you will see it. But using my Gadgets YouTube channel to post a little short daily video might not be a bad idea. That might be something popular because it'd be so short. You know, it'd be such a small video that people wouldn't mind watching it, so they wouldn't mind subbing to get that daily, kind of like Daily Dose of Internet. That guy who posts that 3-minute video of the different hot videos that he found online. Something just fell, and the cats are both over here. You want to go get the mouse, Ender? How about doing your job, Ender? Go get the mouse, Ender. Go get the mouse, Ender. New YouTube Shorts? I never heard of that. Hang on. YouTube Shorts. I mean, the lockpicking lawyer proves short videos can work. Huh? What about mousing, Ender? You're supposed to be my king mouser, buddy. And I don't even need to post to a specific product. I just need to post to a product category. Because sometimes the idea of what the product is what people are interested in. They don't care which exact one they get. They just want to, the idea of it is cool. Like the idea of a USB AA battery that has a micro USB port built into the end of it to charge it. You know, there's 50 different ones of these on Amazon. People don't care which one they get. They're all basically the same for all intents and purposes. YouTube is better at the roughly 10 to 12 minute video length. That's the ideal length of a video on YouTube, 10 to 12 minutes. Not so long that people get bored and move away, but not so short that you can't put ads in it. That's why the algorithm discouraged shorter videos, because they're hard to monetize. So your normal YouTube video is short relative to a television program, but it's not short relative to, say, an Instagram or a TikTok or a Vine. Does that even exist anymore? Does Vine even exist anymore? Another review that got rejected, and there's no rhyme or reason for why they're rejecting the review. None whatsoever. It's a cat food review. What could violate the community guidelines in a cat food review? That's cute. What is Pimpy Goo? And how do people put frames around their videos in OSB? Would it be under filters? Effect filters? Nope. Image mask blend? It doesn't appear to do anything. I know people do it. I've seen it happen. I just don't know how to do it. No, it's not a community guidelines thing. It's one of the human reviewers or the automated algorithms being stupid. Now, unlike a regular person, I can repost a review again and again and again because I have to post because I'm in that program. Oh, awesome! Thank you. If you used a saved affiliate link, it does not work. You can't save an affiliate link. You can't bookmark it. You can't write it down. It doesn't work. The link has to be live in order to work. You have to either go to my Amazon.com/shop/Nerisse page, or you have to our pimple videos are definitely monetizable. People are into that crap. Nice. But you have to actually click on my link in the description of the video or at Nerisse.com, or you have to go to my Amazon shop. If you save or bookmark the link, it won't work. Yeah, but if you're bookmarking my Amazon start page, it won't work. You have to actually click it. So you gotta go to Nerisse.com and then click on, my Amazon link there. Bubble wrap TikTok video? I haven't seen any. OBS stream overlay maker. I will save that. It's incredible how hot this is. Touching the, I actually can't keep my finger on the plastic here. It's too hot. And it feels like this fan should be blowing harder, and it's not. So I think the CPU is throttling. Another 1,000 points, and I'll be able to draw another 25 bucks out of Fetch. And I'll be able to get another $25 worth of cat food. This is the kitty cat, the Creality cat. Remember the Decapit cat that always printed on the CR10s in the old days? Oh, this was the cat included on the SD card, so I'm printing a cat. And you can see on the screen here what it's going to print. There it is. So it actually shows you what it's going to print on the screen. That's pretty cool. Yep. I think it's called either a lucky cat or a money cat. I prefer... That sounded bad. I love the little Creality cats, little kitty cats. I'm waiting for the case of 48 Kellogg cereal bars to come in. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's a lucky cat? Okay. I knew it was either lucky cat or money cat. See, I got this, another thing I got on that review site, I got this headset for the PC. And, nice looking. You know, it's metal, nice padding on the top here, removable microphone, so you can pop the microphone out if you don't need it. So that plugs in via a jack. The problem is it doesn't have enough movement this way. See how the head cup with the cup swivel? So when I wear it, my ears fit inside the cups really well. The pleather material's nice. You know, everything's good about it except for the fact that the cups don't swivel enough. So they're pushing on the bottom. They push into my head on the bottom a little bit. Not horribly, but annoying. Especially if I loosen this up, because I prefer a looser headband. So the more I loosen this up, the more the cups tilt out and they push into the bottom. And after about half an hour, that gets uncomfortable. SpongeBob, no support from the same site. Never heard of it. Let me put this microphone back in before I lose it. I mean, overall, and they're not that loud either. Okay, the advantages of this printer. So far, parts cooling is very good. It's direct drive. It's a pretty robust, fully enclosed frame on the bottom. Nothing's exposed. A power supply, everything is internal. Dual Z axis, so it's not a single Z. It's got a fantastic touchscreen that's responsive with a good UI. We already talked about direct drive, and it's a Volcano. 240 watt power supply, not bad. Very clean extrusions. It uses that silicon dioxide print surface, which you can remove. So, for example, I want to put a piece of Wham Bam on here. So I will remove that glass to put Wham Bam on here. It uses the proper die compression springs. It uses a split rail. So you can see here, it uses a split rail for the bed, which is much more stable. Your typical Ender 3 clone is going to have a single beam Y-axis. So not only is this split for a wider footprint, but that means the belt is centered, so the force being applied by that belt is even. I don't know what you mean by original Volcano. It's just a vertical heat block instead of a horizontal heat block and uses Volcano nozzles. The fans are reasonably quiet. The parts cooling fan is a little bit noisy, not horrible. It could use quieter fans, but it's not entirely horrible. You have a good night, Miss Ellie. Everything's relatively enclosed and neat. It's a very clean-looking printer. Everything's enclosed behind panels. The printer is able to be folded down without having to take it apart. So you remove the 2 screws here and the 2 screws on the other side, and the whole printer will fold down flat, so it can be stowed for, yeah, direct drive is nice. For easier transport, I would like to see them improve the fold mechanism a little bit. And yeah, it's working out of the box. Took very little effort to level, and it just works. Not a super big fan of the ribbons, but the ribbons do make it very clean, very neat, so I can understand that. And so far it's working. The shell on the bottom, fully enclosed, so nothing is outside of the shell. Everything is properly sheathed. Wire management is good. It has plenty of power. Overall, it's a pretty nice machine, and the price is not bad at $280. You do have a bolt for tensioning this belt, the Y-axis, and you have a bolt on the end for tensioning the X-axis, so you don't have to just push and tighten. You can actually tighten that bolt up, and it has a proper tensioner on both axes. Really not bad. I normally do not like constrained Z-axes, but so far it's working fine. So it looks like the machining is accurate enough. No, the ribbon cable is not plugged in intentionally for storage. It even tells you in the instructions to plug in the ribbon cables. This one tricked me. Because the ribbon cable was behind the beam, it looked like it was plugged into me. So I just skipped over it. So that was my fault. The instructions do tell you to plug them in. And I was wondering, why do I have this open connection here? I was like, is this expandable or something? No, dummy. It's for the ribbon cable. It does have a hinge. The 2 bolts secure it in place, but when you take those 2 bolts out, there is a pivot hinge that lets it swivel. It's not just free floating. The problem is it doesn't have a locking point. So when you erect the gantry, it's possible it's going to be in a slightly different position each time, which is going to require bed leveling changes each time. That's kind of annoying. So I would like to see more accurate guide pins to lock it into the same position every time. And I would like to see these be thumb screws so that I can use my fingers to put this together without having to use a wrench. That'd be nice. Also, it would be nice if they included a proper wrench for doing these. So, for example, include something like this for doing this one here. I believe that's the right. No, it's actually not the right size. I have a green one that's probably the right size. Seriously? Cats love playing with paper. It would be nice to include a better tool for that job, even though the wrench is not that bad. Well, the fold down does make it very easy to assemble. So literally 2 screws, 2 screws, 2 screws for the spool holder, done. Now, what I would also like to see, I would like to see a mechanism here for the spool holder that's removable. So a socket that screws into this, so spool holder can just clip into place to make it more portable, so you don't have to unscrew that. I would like to see that. Now, that was entirely my fault. I should have realized empty connection, get the ribbon cable. But I just glossed over it because it was hidden behind here, so it looked like if this was down, I would have noticed it. But because this was all the way up, I didn't notice it, and I just thought it was already plugged in. What do you want to do? Let's see. Nobolo Jolarity wants advice on what 3D printer to get with a $350 budget. He would prefer direct drive, just confused on what to get. So the question is, what do you want to do? Direct drive is not good for flexible. Direct drive can be good for flexible, but the filament path needs to be constrained. A constrained filament path is more important than direct or Bowden. Because if you have a direct drive with an unconstrained filament path, you're going to have as bad a time with filament as any other printer. No, it's not really better for printing speed. In theory, it could be better for printing speed. But the reality is, most of us print at a fixed speed versus quality, no matter whether it's Bowden or direct drive. So the speed benefit is theoretical only. For the most part. A properly designed machine could take advantage of that. But nowadays, with lightweight materials and pancake stepper motors and geared drives, there's not that much of an advantage. More accurate foot molds with this piece. No, probably not. It's too small. My foot is much bigger than this print bed. The advantage of Bowden is simplicity. Believe it or not, a Bowden setup is simpler to maintain and work on. I mean, pop the cover off the hot end of an Ender 3, and look how easy it is to work on that hot end, and how easy it is to work on that feeder. Now think about trying to work on this and how much you have to disassemble to do anything. So direct drives are by nature more complicated in the aspect of taking it apart and maintaining it. Hang on a second. I already got help by calling on the phone. Thank you for replying back, though. So the question, Nobilo, is what do you want to do with the printer? Like, why do you want a second printer, and what do you want to get from it? So for me to suggest a printer, I need to know what you want to do with the printer. What are your goals and objectives with the printer? Because that's going to change what I suggest. For example, my go-to printer for $350 is the Ender 5. Hey, what happened to the chat? Why can't I scroll? Oh, it seems it wipes out the chat history when you change screens. That's kind of annoying. Another review could not be posted. I posted a glowing review for the rice cooker, and the posting was rejected. So I'm just going to keep posting the same review over and over and over and over again until you stop rejecting it and you accept it. Because I'm not changing one single word of that review. Drives me nuts. Yes and no, but they're easy to diagnose and fix problems. The advantage of a Bowden is easy. It's simplicity. It's very few parts, very easy to work on parts. It's a very simple mechanism. Matter of fact, your primary failure point is the compression fitting going into the hot end. Okay, so that kind of printing, you can use any printer, so there's no printer advantage for printing that kind of stuff. My go-to in that price range is still the Ender 5. If you want a direct drive printer to play with and something new, I mean, you could look at the Fokoos that we're working on right now on Amazon. It's $280. And it comes with some pretty darn nice features. It's direct drive. It's a Volcano. Dual Z. Nice color touchscreen. Fully internalized parts. Wide footprint Y-axis. There's a lot to like about this machine. Can I suggest it? I don't know yet. I have not used it enough, and I have not used it long enough to give this my printer my blessing. I don't use swear words in my reviews. That would be a legitimate violation of community guidelines. See, well, it's kind of a weird thing, and I think I partially know what's causing it. My reviews always include pictures and usually video. If you post a picture unrelated to the review, they'll sometimes reject it for that reason. No problem, Noble. The problem is, these people are usually too stupid to realize that the unrelated picture is actually related. Like the one picture I posted of a carpet cleaner, I posted a picture of the section of carpet I cleaned. And I actually got a reply back from somebody that one time and says, well, you posted this empty picture of your floor. And I was like, you do realize this is a carpet spot cleaner, and that's the spot I cleaned on my carpet with the carpet spot cleaner. The review got approved the next day. It's like, I know, right? It's like, what the hell? And also, technically what I'm doing is not possible. It's usually forbidden. Like, your reviews will get auto-rejected if you do what I do. Post 40 reviews all at the same time. Amazon doesn't like to see people posting reviews that quickly. It looks like a farm operation. But of course, because of what I do, that's necessary. I get 8 items a day. So even if I reviewed the items in real time, I'd be posting 8 a day. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Diesel. So, I think sometimes they see a whole bunch of reviews come in at once and they start flagging them. Some human being starts intervening and going, yeah, this ain't right. And the problem is there's no way to appeal. Normally, if you post a review to Amazon and it gets rejected, you cannot repost that review. I can. So I just keep hitting submit until they accept it. I don't know. I guess I mean, it's a touchscreen Ender 3 with ribbon cables. I mean, I guess you could say any printer that does that looks like the genius. Are they both 0.4? Probably. They look like 0.4. Well, the problem is, as a professional reviewer who is actually contractually obligated to post these reviews, I need some goddamn feedback. I need them to tell me why the review is being rejected so that I can either correct them on their invalid rejection or make the necessary correction to my review. Because they're not telling me what's wrong, I have no choice but to submit the review unaltered again. Because I don't know what to change. I don't have time to sit here and randomly change things to try to figure out what it is you didn't like about the review. So if you don't tell me what it is you don't like about the review, I'm just going to post the same damn thing over and over again unchanged. Yeah, and how much does it cost? 8 colors, though. Oh, man, that's awesome. Yes, you do. You need to change your line width and your nozzle size in your slicer. That's about it. You don't have to worry about speed or temperature. Just going to a 0.6, you'll probably be fine with whatever you're currently using. I regularly get reviews rejected, probably because of how many I post. Wow, $600 is not bad. And that's for the Pro version? Let me write that down. $600 is not bad for that. I don't think I can afford it, but I wouldn't even bother with the 4-color if there's an 8-color option. Boy, 8 colors, that's just dreamy. Mmm. $100 in difference in shipping? Holy crap. Yep, that purge. When you're using cheap filament, not a big deal. But when you're using $60, $70 a kilo filament, that hurts. Wow. No, it wouldn't, because that would require special filament with special dyes that could successfully mix to actually give you that result. There are people attempting to do that. Who was that? M3D. They've been trying to work on that to basically create filament ink so that they can mix, RGB to get colors. I was telling everybody that Odin is better than Direct Drive. Odin has a lot of advantages over Direct Drive, at least current implementations. Try to fix an Ender 3. Now try to fix your Artillery X1. And then you tell me it's better. Direct Drive has advantages, and I like those advantages. But for a beginner, that's your opinion, and I would say it's wrong. Direct Drive is easier to tune. You are 100% correct on that. For 99.9% of the users out there and 99.9% of the printing projects out there, that tuning difference is irrelevant. Easier to fix? Not even close. A Direct Drive is not even remotely close to being as easy to fix as a Odin setup. Well, it depends on the Odin implementation. I'm talking Ender 3 Odin. I mean, you pop that cover off the hot end, and you have a stupidly simple hot end right there that anybody can fix very easily. Very easy to get to all the components, very easy to maintain. And then your feeder is just open and sitting right on top of the stepper motor. So again, very easy to diagnose, very easy to fix and maintain. Because 8 colors gives you more color options. Because they're not mixing the colors, they're just changing colors. And it does not produce far better prints. About the only advantage Direct Drive has over Odin is lower retraction and better ooze control. That is a distinct advantage. But depending on what filament you're using and what type of print you are printing and how well you have it configured, that difference is negligible at best. No, it's not, because you got to take apart a lot more. I mean, just to get to the filament path, I have to tear all this apart. I can't even see the filament path because it's behind all this. Now, would I have trouble taking this apart and fixing it? No. Would a beginner? Hell yeah. That'd be annoying as hell to take this apart. A Odin is just much easier to work on. It's simpler, lighter, fewer parts count, less prone to typical failures. In fact, the only part that typically fails in a Bowden setup is the PTFE nozzle interface. That's pretty much the only failure point. But Bowdens are much more fail resistant, and they are much simpler and much easier to repair. Well, it's called consumer demand. If your users demand direct drive, that's what you give them. Your average consumer demands low cost and easy, so you give them Bowden. You said slipping, so your filament is slipping in the feeder. Now, there is the one problem with Bowden. It's not actually a problem, it's a diagnostic issue. People see, okay, you have the hot end here, and you have the stepper motor here on a Bowden setup. And so you see a problem here, and you think, okay, the problem has to be here. It's not. The problem's here. 99.9% of the times, okay, let me show you. Do I have a printer handy? No, I don't. I can't load up a browser window. It's going to crash the damn thing. I'm already at 90% CPU. I can't help you if you can't see the difference. So here we go. Consumers are not demanding direct drive, professionals are, and then as the what do you call it? The more heavy 3D printer users want direct drive. All the end users want it too because the guys who are experienced said it's better, and then they get the direct drive and they realize it doesn't actually do anything better. Meaning most of the advantages of direct drive, which people like me desire, are not actually realized by most people. They just don't, they're not going to see that big of a difference. So if I want to fix the drive gear that drives this filament, I have to remove the fan, remove the heatsink, possibly remove a housing around the feeder unit before I can actually get to and replace that drive gear. Not really. Okay. Weight advantage of Bowden and direct drive is more mythical than actual. Okay. The theory that a Bowden is faster is because you're able to take this stepper motor and remove its mass from this hot end and put it over here. So yes, that is going to have a very big difference in mass on the hot end. Not as big a difference as you think. The issue is, with cheaper printers, they are flimsier. And so having too much mass here on a flimsy machine causes inertial issues. You're slinging that mass back and forth on the printer. But if you build the printer tight enough, if you build this machine rigid enough with enough structure, then the mass of that hot end isn't going to make much of a difference in your print speed or your print quality. Meaning there are ways to mitigate the mass penalties of a direct drive by building the printer strong enough. If you look at who makes that really baller printer, I think it begins with a K. Oh, they make retrofit kits. They make linear rail kits for the Ender 3. It's all machined aluminum. Who's that company? They're running their machines at some crazy speeds. And Lightspeed, if you're going to have a debate with me, You need to start reading what I'm actually saying, because you're not reading what I'm saying. I said Odin can print faster, not as fast. And the problem is that that faster speed is not realized. Because most of them don't do it correctly. Any speed advantage that you would get by using a Odin is lost by having an inadequate hot end. Well, the reason this printer has a volcano is to allow higher throughput, allow higher volumetric flow. And that's how you're going to get faster. Because it doesn't matter how light you make this hot end with whatever fancy Odin setup you want to use. If your hot end can't melt the plastic fast enough, you can't go faster. It's that simple. So you see, oh, Odin faster. Sure, on the right kind of machine designed properly. On your typical Ender 3 style printer, you're never going to realize any speed advantages because, well, the hot end simply can't keep up. Odins are not slow. They're just as fast as any other hot end in this class range. They create less print artifacts because you have a lighter hot end, but again, at the speeds that we're printing, you're probably not going to realize that advantage. And stringing, absolutely. Without mitigation tactics to reduce the stringing, it could be an issue. Odin can print faster, but not as fast. That makes no sense. That statement literally makes no sense. Same for same, a Odin will print faster, in theory, than a direct drive because it's lighter. The problem is you're never going to realize those advantages because you're going to slow down for other reasons that have nothing to do with whether you're Odin or direct drive. You're going to slow down to reduce ringing. You're going to slow down to reduce ghosting. You're going to slow down because your hot end can't melt plastic fast enough. You're going to slow down because acceleration limitations result in the higher speed reducing the quality of the model without appreciably increasing the speed of the model. So you can do 150 millimeters per second in a straight line. Big deal. 99% of your prints are never going to have a straight line long enough to actually hit 150 millimeters per second, so you gain nothing by being able to do it. So the only reason I can see to use a Odin is because it's simpler. It is much, much simpler, a hot end. Not simpler in the parts count. It's simpler in your access to those parts. With a Odin, you can design it so that the hot end is fully exposed and accessible, so that the feeder unit is fully exposed and accessible. It's very easy to diagnose, maintain, and repair. This one, anytime I want to do anything with this, I have to take this all apart to do it. And it's a real pain in the butt. Just because you have one example where you failed to build the machine in such a way that it can print faster than 60 millimeters per second, considering I've seen Artemis's print at 150 millimeters per second with better print quality than an Ender 3, yeah. No, I did not. I said Odin is theoretically faster because the hot end, the moving part, is lighter, but you will never realize those speed advantages because the rest of the machine can't take advantage of those speed advantages. That's what I said. No. There are machines that are direct drive, meaning heavy hot ends, that have almost no ringing. And, okay, it's important to realize what causes... okay. Let's see. Can I switch views here? No. No. I guess I'll have to stay here for now. I could just make this bigger. Okay. In order to realize faster speed on a printer, you only need two things: the ability to physically move faster and the ability to melt the plastic at the speed you're trying to do it. That's all you need. Odin has no effect on this. Direct drive has no effect on this. The weight of your components has no effect on this. Can the motor go faster? If yes, then you can print faster. As long as your hot end is capable of melting the plastic at that higher speed. That's the key here. It doesn't matter if you have a Odin or a direct drive if your hot end can't handle more heat. Now, there are consequences to going faster. When you go faster, you're going to have more plastic shearing, and then any flaws in the physical construction of your machine will be manifested more pronounced. So we call that ghosting and ringing. Okay? So what is ringing and what is ghosting? Ringing is when your hot end, your nozzle, deviates outside the path it was supposed to go. So you tell it to make, I need a damn pen. Where is my freaking pens? I really need to be able to write this down and show you. I know I just had a marker. I just used a marker. What did I do with it? I don't know. So think of you're trying to make a 90-degree square corner. And when you make the corner, you are forced by acceleration outside of the corner. And so your corner becomes, you ever see a print where instead of having the nice neat corner like this, it'll have this little bit of plastic sticking out of the corner like that? Okay, that's ringing. Okay, that's when it tries to make that turn and it fails to make that turn cleanly. It gets forced outside of that path as it tries to change direction. Ghosting is kind of like ringing, but it's an oscillation. So I do this. I make a left turn and then a right turn. And then after I make that right turn, my head goes dot, 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 dot. And that's what creates the ghosting image. That is a structural limitation. That's a structural limitation of the machine itself. So the machine is flexible. There's give. You can actually see it in this head right here. So look at the, see this here? See how I'm making that wiggle? Even though this isn't moving, I'm making this wiggle. That's ghosting right there. What you're seeing that light, that camera do, that's ghosting. So, right, left. Now watch what happens. See how it wiggled when I came to a stop? See how the head wiggled when I came to a stop? That's ghosting. When I was trying to see if I need to reply to any comments. Now, how do you fix ghosting? Well, to some extent, you can fix ghosting by slowing down. If I move slower, I get less bouncing when I come to a stop. Okay, so fast, lots of bounce, slow, very little bounce. Okay, you're not fixing it in firmware. You're just doing the same thing as slowing down. You're adjusting acceleration curves to reduce that jerk of changing direction. When you adjust the firmware, that's what you're doing. You're just slowing down. But what you're doing is you're slowing down only where you need to slow down. So I can make the whole print slower, or I can make just the parts of the print where this is likely to occur slower. And that's what you're doing when you do things like linear advance and acceleration curves and stuff like that. That's what you're doing. You're trying to make the jerky parts of the printer's motions slower in order to reduce that vibration without slowing down other parts of the print that don't need to be slowed down. So, for example, well, that is the example. The examples are things like linear acceleration, and stuff like that. That's what you're doing, is you're adjusting that jerk factor when you come to a stop. However, to actually go faster, meaning to go faster while retaining print quality, meaning reduce ringing and ghosting, without slowing down the acceleration curves, requires the machine to be more rigid. Bang! Don't jerk. Bang! Don't jerk. Okay? You have to make the machine more rigid. You have to have so little play in the machine that it can't do that. Because why is this jerking? When I do this and you see the head vibrate, why is the head vibrating? It's not vibrating because you're going too fast. That's a myth. It's a consequence of going fast, but the going fast isn't what's doing it. When you go slow, it's still doing it. It's doing it because there is slop in your mechanics. No, it's not even weight. What the weight and the speed do is magnify the problem that is already there. What's the problem that's already there? This is flexible. As long as this is flexible, you're always going to have inertial acceleration effects. Slowing down simply reduces those effects to the point where you can't see them anymore, where they become not a problem. As you go faster, the effects of weight is not the problem. Weight magnifies the problem, just like speed magnifies the problem. But weight and speed are not the cause of the problem. See you later, Ian. Thanks for joining in. So the way, does anybody know the name of that company? What the hell is the name of that company? The guy was at Murph and Earth. He makes these really badass machined CNC aluminum replacement parts for his printers. I can't remember the name of them. I want you guys to see the printer because you'll see what I'm talking about. So weight and speed are not causing the ghosting and ringing. They are magnifying the ghosting and the ringing. The poor quality control of the joint between your parts, meaning the ability of your parts to wiggle outside of their specifications, that is what's causing the ringing and ghosting. And that is what's keeping you from going faster. So if you can build the machine to a high enough set of tolerances to where everything is so well fit together that it literally can't wiggle. Not tight, because if you're tight, you're going to increase friction. I'm talking about the fit being so perfect that when that head makes that 90-degree turn, it does not bounce. That's when you can realize higher speeds while maintaining quality. And that's what he does with his machines. That's why they cost so much money, because it takes that much more machining quality control and tolerances to make a machine that tight. Even a bed slinger. We don't make machines lighter with Bodins or acceleration curves and stuff like that in order to reduce ghosting and ringing. We do that to compensate for the slop built into the machine itself, which is what results in the ghosting and ringing and is magnified when you try to go faster or you are heavier. The Bodin was intended to compensate for that by reducing weight, which will allow you to go faster. The problem is, because the rest of the machine is built cheaply, you can't realize that speed advantage. And by the time well, it's a matter of physics and engineering. By the time you are rigid enough and tight enough to be able to go faster without the excess ghosting and ringing, you're also tight enough and high enough tolerance quality-wise to ignore the weight problem. So you no longer need to go with a Bodin. You can just stay with a direct drive, because the disadvantages of the direct drive, the heavier hot end, no longer matter, because your machine is built tight enough that there's no longer that ghosting ringing effect to be magnified by the heavier hot end. So you get rid of the ghosting and ringing and maintain the advantages of a direct drive hot end. Yeah, thank you, BS Tech. So now, why don't we do that? Well, we don't want to pay $2,000 for a printer. We want to pay $300 for a printer. And if you want to pay $300 for a printer, you're not going to get that kind of level of quality machining and structural tolerances. You can't, because that costs money. When you buy a printer, what is the name of this? Anybody have the name of that printer? I think it begins with a K. He makes linear rail upgrades for the Ender 3. He has an Ender 3. Well, it's not an Ender 3 anymore. It's his own machine. But he has one of his machines doing 300 millimeters per second. Like actual 300 millimeters per second. Creatos! That's it! Creatos! Thank you so much, Sean. Look up Creatos. Look what he's doing to 3D printers, and you'll start to understand what is needed to fix those problems. That's what you need to fix those problems. You need that kind of quality control and quality structure and tolerances in order to get higher speeds. And notice, he's still, 3D fused Creatos. He's still a bed slinger, but he's doing 300 millimeters per second at better quality than a stock Ender 3 at 100 millimeters a second. I mean, I watched him. Now, okay, it was a vase mode print, but still, this damn machine was going, printing that print. It was like, wow! But you can't do that with a stock machine, you can't do that with a Bodin or a direct drive, and you can't do that with a stock hot end. It has to be a machine built to such tight tolerances that it can move that fast without the deviations in movement that are caused by the inertial mass of the moving system. Yeah, I bet. Do 3D Creatos, or a 3D printer Creatos. But I mean, I want one of his machines so bad. Oh my god. Eventually, I'm going to get one. When this pandemic is over and my income starts to go up a little bit, I want to get one of his machines, because they're just, they're monsters. Let me Want to blow my nose, and I didn't want you guys to hear it. I don't doubt it. But he makes some incredible, incredible machines. And when you see machines going faster, that's why. Because the machines are built tighter, stronger, more rigid, and they're going to have a higher powered hot end. Because eventually what's going to happen is even if you say screw quality, the your hot end is going to be your limitation. Because that hot end can only transfer heat to the plastic at so fast a speed before you simply get shearing. The Volcano is an answer to that. By having a longer heating section in the nozzle, by having a longer hot zone, the plastic has more time to absorb more heat before it reaches the tip of the nozzle. That's the advantage of a Volcano. And now that we can build cheaper Volcanos, theoretically, these printers can go faster.